Wow, hello. Already. Okay, hello. How are y'all's doing? Finally gonna be getting around to this one, because I've probably had it installed since like the day of, give or take. I just didn't get around to it. But, you know. Sometimes that's just how it be. It's just how it is. How it is. Anyway, I'm gonna adjust my volume here just in case it's louder than expected. Bring it up, girly. Bring it up. Okay. Just wait for it to boot up, get everything sorted for a second here. All right, there we go. I'm gonna probably imagine I'm probably gonna have to bump it up a little bit, but we'll get there. We will get there. It is a work of fiction indeed. I'll probably adjust myself in case something happens, in case the dialogue in certain areas. Obviously. Let me see here. Let me check the audio real quick. Okay, good. Yeah, I think we're probably gonna have to bump this up. It's a bump up type of game, not a bump down. I think I'm probably gonna have to actually switch my frickin'... Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a frickin' corner again today. That way, things can be readable. But we'll see. I have to imagine it's probably because, like, all the dialogue's gonna be down here, all that shit, you know. I have not bought the episodes yet because I want to actually, like, see how the prologue is and everything, because, you know, I gotta know what I'm getting into first. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm still plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Look, I gotta. Morgan. Criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. By the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out. Never unknown and always online. Where it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until... my phone? You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try! Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 19 minutes since I last took the job. Probably makes about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Actually, I might have to turn this down just a tad. Probably like minus 10 decibels. That's probably about where it should be. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. I would like to have tutorials, because I would at least like to know the gameplay systems. Because I know this is Ace Attorney-esque, but I know that there's going to be some differences, so... Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for welcoming party. Ah! We also have the classic showing the track that's playing from DR, of course. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Got it. Uh-huh. Right. So don't go broke. Credibility, everything, all of that. Right, okay. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook, it could teach freshman-level architecture. Can almost hear this building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. Walking in here now with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A datapad. I'll bite. Even one more advertisement than an article, they can still be informative. in a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Okay. Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of the key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised, or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together highways, walkways, and skyways into the canopy, high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be considered as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on a schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore, an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. With the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods. Ooh boy. That could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. Momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Wow. Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful, impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and in subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Oh. It's always the climate change deniers. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand. It appears you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Great. Ballsy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I'd reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it, the takeaways that the city will be focusing its efforts on. Canopy. Media literate! There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, and not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked packages. The homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe that they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. There's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modern witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone made of the same stuff. And I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of those things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia. You always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons too. 1 year silver plan coverage courtesy of Cadacious as roared for any. Yeah. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine, so far so good. Good morning! Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great, please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call Intake Hollows charming, more like harmless. That's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, can you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday's... December 26th. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival, and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifle box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped against gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Okay, got it. Main one shrinks the others. Got it. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It does not interfere with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? I'm a smart user interface proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Dog is barking time. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Eyes gone bad, or some... A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall. Compared to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. Building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you caring about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. Not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else could you bother to bring all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than the priest, their mother, their big brother? I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, man. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle the intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Wazim London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're... the detectives in charge of this particular case. It looks like tonight we're also your humble guide to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responding to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We're only tapped after circumstances of the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. Do you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't, but put in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy, a fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps, in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in on this heartbreak killer? They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him? I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners in the media on the net, everyone's indulging the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. Right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. When it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy about it. Along with everyone else. 1 bullet straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about the online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6. That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting ring is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that, it's a whole different beast. Oops. Takes a certain kind of monster. Real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it's not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marking in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky... I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. I can't say that I do, because I haven't really tried it. I haven't tried it personally, not yet anyway. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. Yeah, I can't say for certain because I haven't had it personally. Not that I wouldn't try it. I just don't think I have anything around that sells sushi, so... But they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. Ah. Right. Obviously, though, like, the name is, you know, based off the character. Funsies. It's just been that way for well over a decade at this point. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Alright. Hope you have a good rest. I appreciate you stopping by, at least. Hopefully I'll see you again later. Pardon? Bye-bye. You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is his heartbreak killer and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have some serious evidence to back it up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed when we found your client. He was covered in her blood. Okay, but that could easily be... He was just at the scene of the crime. He could have been a witness. That does not mean you're a killer if you're covered in blood. You could be anywhere in the vicinity and still get blood on you. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files of the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. Because if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? Augmented reality crime scene. Wow, I can't believe it. It's by the Somnium Files. Electromagnetic polymer, huh? I see. That's why. What a look. Likes killing. Of course, of course, of course, of course. Rice Lime's automotive history. Liars, small plates, cheap people. Oh boy. Bad at game of chance. Bangs? It's like ties, pollen, after hours work messages. You know what? Fair. Fair. Completely fair. The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night, for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. I am definitely seeing some artifacts. But there's no VSync option, so I can't really fix that, so... Actually, no, I can fix that. Give me 1 second, actually. I'm gonna fix that. I just need to get out of the game first. Come on, baby. Load it up. Load it up. Load up what I need to do. Basically, I'm just using a freaking outside source to freaking get this going. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. There we go. Of the devil. VSync. Turn it on, please. Thanks. Okay. Now that should be fine. Hopefully. I just don't want that to, like... I don't like seeing the artifacts. I really don't. It's why I use VSync in the first place. It's very distracting. Oh, wait, that's not... I don't think that's actually... I think that's just the freaking geometry there. Granted, I was seeing artifacting earlier anyway, so, like, I think it's fine now. Baron Stark and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single note of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Loose wires, missing panels, an air conditioning system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They got stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, but with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay, we got another article. Latest Noble androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16. Noble Electronics stock rise a stunning 3%. That's literally nothing. This week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors. An increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16 line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to the increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concern that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and mystery sectors in order to cater to civilians consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. Yeah, God forbid you treat them as human. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no signs of slowing down. And many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of the Noble androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, and personable charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of this history, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees. Oh my god, that name. That name's a pun and a half. Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe that he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help you keep reading? He's in the news again. No wonder. Can't spit without it's landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. I don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... I would assume it's a cost. It would have to be. They're just too expensive to justify. You know what? True. True enough. True enough. I will... All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. These warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek. It's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Okay, nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. God damn it, that is stupid. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our user preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. Oh my god. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Alright, if I reject from my phone... Ah. It's Somnian Files time. Kind of. Alright, let's see what the police have. What they think is important. The victim's body. Cause of death. Ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss. Atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the door when they fired. A stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. Ooh, that's a beauty. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. Yeah, but that could mean anything. The guy could literally have just been in the vicinity and just picked up the gun to probably even try to hide it. Well, maybe not hide it, more just, like, prevent it from being used again. There's many different things that could have happened. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Seems like this face got tossed aside at some point. Not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked at all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? Not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Flag is irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and triprexazone, a synthetic. I don't know what that. Take it daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. Not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messages me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... suppose it could be something important. Fred! Brat! Brat! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer. Sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Oh my god. Brat indeed. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy on my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... It's you. It's you. Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like... Cardi B? Oh my god. Quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why do you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something. You taking up lost cause? Probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. Are you sure? Are you certain? You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart? Or just a sucker? I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. You can feel the yes, you can feel all the smugness in her phrasing. Just everything. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit! Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text messages, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Are many androids in any police station this week? Now while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest... Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Save us some money on shipping, at least. These talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. You and Noble pushing those warm androids. Warm, ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. My team in the bigger departments are out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as android detective. Yet. We'll see about that. You'll see when Iba from Somnium Files comes around. Yet. You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us. With your worm personalities? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would... The police union wouldn't let that happen. Union was specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Yeah, we need all of these then. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare. To say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got a damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinary insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other. Lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common... Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. While those features aren't exactly uncommon, couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think, what is that exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for the killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He's probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. Not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. Ooh. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events. Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we managed thanks to a less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that fact. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew that they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gather from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. And then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. at which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand, singular? Your client's modded cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Register with a HOW 85 Habilis industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that, it's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing. First time we met. You what? Well, getting back on track, that arm has been in the shop for some time now. You can't work without it, but it got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before the HK's first victim was called. No chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a caliber M54. 6-chambered. Wait, I mixed up my voices. More specifically, yeah. 10mm. Caliber. How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, time-stamped trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have been made shooting crimes every... and unambiguous. You're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes. How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. Even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update with withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's... Model year 2054. 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 left in the whole country. Fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too. Novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. Now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. With the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. Yes. As we say in the Ace Attorney business, they're effectively the guns... they're effectively just the gun's fingerprints. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. If that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shooters were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. Tag gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found with the lease over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend. Then he retrieved his weapon and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet. Detached. Fit. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. Okay, but that could also be, like... You don't have to be grieving in that sense. You can quite literally be traumatized and just staring there. Many traumatized people just freeze up. Like, that's a pretty normal response. That reaction may have lost some points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. As long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah. Top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just not journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. Freaks that the HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. The pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need to see someone charged. And that makes them predictable. Yeah, well. Hey, how you doing? You know, there's nothing standard about HK. Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. We can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. Oh, great. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once. You think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance system signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect, not just another one of the many public safety tools at our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. That chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and boardroom meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. I wouldn't exactly blame you. I'm kind of trying to do a bit of a southern twang to it. It's just he gives me that vibe where this guy looks like he's just from the old country. Something like that, yeah. But it does have holes. Matching up those remaining holes takes effort. And that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. I didn't mention that my client was a cop. He wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation. Not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's have only struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 p.m. tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. Included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. What about the DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics? Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't have a murder weapon. Until now. Finding a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK's the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects for tonight? Weren't you listening? There were no lists of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to 1 or 2 unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about signing on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have, to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. and jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Oh boy. That will cause issues. But I imagine that's fake too. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession. Hasn't been verified. Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get into the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. That doesn't mean he did it, though. He could have literally picked this up and be like, what the fuck is this? Like, there's an easy explanation for that. There's a copy in the Discover data, but I should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading. Somehow, I need to use this confession for myself. Okay. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't say in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I had broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but it was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. Not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with the work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go in and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being... Excuse me. He responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Oh my god. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross, I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of a defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. Good, actually. Good. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, baby. Just remember, a plea deal might have felt like a loss for you, but it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. Just trying to clean up a little bit. Okay. Client time. Pink eyes, huh? It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But they shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people, I'm not a cop, Carlos, furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did. Back there and here, keep repeating it the whole ride over. Said they were gonna help me. They knew this was all a mistake. When they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side. They thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information. When I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a little bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm. I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work in that arm. Must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, had to be pretty... I'd probably assume lifelike. That's what it feels like to me. Lifelike, perhaps? With the fake skin and the faux hair and the simulated blood flow? As if... You know what? Fair. Fair. I understand. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs cause they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, whole career path of promotions and bonuses, and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small and a hand or eye, test the water. Thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was a financial aid and resources. Of course, they got shit-canned, so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Didn't even let me keep the tax credit. The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate a distinction at the moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. Right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be... You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. This crap with Long. It's where it got out that the case against him was real. Every desktop in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise. No room for problem solving. No room for engineering. Yeah. No patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why are you wearing your prosthetic arm right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. It's not oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving. I mean, it makes sense. Look, if he's right-handed and he's trying to frickin' shave with his left hand, I get it. I understand. That would be a thing to adjust to. I thought this go on so long that I have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm. And watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? It's a mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't... Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no. Found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. As long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Great! That's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for his shoulder. Been able to work in weeks. Also, we're generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got 2 working arms again. You can buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime. Serve at the pleasure of the state. They got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up with white knuckle tight. Hindi. How Industries? Collie's registered with one of their Habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the finance, I'd lose a down payment in my arm. Never work in the city again. This is the last quarter. Maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that longs in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. Phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm shaped attached to me. Did they give you something to wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this. What they give me is a deadweight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's just a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. Fits, it's compatible technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. Fingers don't even bend. Quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So, were you wearing it when... We should probably say when arrested. I don't think saying she died would be helpful. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. Pretty sure I saw the police bag in as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Ray was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question he didn't even have a right. No one can season the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. It's all been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes. Some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. Always takes them a few tries to get them used to using past tense. Just finished their post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that? Headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her, unlike... It's a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. His career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slums. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Perigee Laboratories. Say that like the name matters. Whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. Doesn't narrow it down. Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns a mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but the Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. And she adjusted well to her new job. Yeah, I loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. Got the impression that she... Look, what I know could do this to her. Nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. With our suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. Haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. on, just a slight bit. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line. We both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, walked out the front door, thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, like thick like mud. While I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. Kinda stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. The optics down, traffic and street-level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? May have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. Just wanted quiet at the time. I don't wallow in it, really. Sorry if I didn't have all the details straight. My head is. My exact route would help. The cams, probably. What? What is it? Optics is what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't. Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. Loud noise. Didn't know what it was. It was loud. It scared me. Came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. At some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. When I saw that, the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest and my lungs couldn't... You live on the first floor, right? Yeah. First floor apartment, street-facing entrance. You're proud of that. When you first moved in, it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... Lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed or she had fallen or... There's broken glass, furniture knocked over. She was... Called her name and she didn't move. Checked her pulse and she was still warm. Blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy. But it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it! Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. I have to be on top of it. They have your fingerprints, my boy. They have your fingerprints. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact. And we know because... It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I was thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. You believe I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. Not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid, I know what a gun looks like. Seeing it in my own home, right in front of a... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. Police came in sometime after that. I don't remember what they said. Things started moving fast. It seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were supposed to see the room crash when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight. What? Physical? Never fought like that. The police say we did? They assumed as much. I mean, they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from the data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that... It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright. I think I got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. Well, the mirror was upright, of course. That clock was still on the wall. Chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, and the cushions torn. The urn fell. Other than that... Sorry, that's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so. Oh my god. Her doodle. What's wrong? Something out of place. Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. Her doodle! It's just, I guess I assume your notes would be making edits to the AR? Well, I suppose that works too. Oh my god! She just wanted to doodle. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering. I like to change up the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I'm in this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper and say things I didn't mean to. This morning I tried writing those things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So to apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. Oh my god. Fidget tubbies indeed. It's a collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You set them as paperweight. Send him to jail. He broke her freaking collectibles. They're conversation starters. Conversation starters. She loved those little things. Be so bro. Oh god. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. So angry, I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. Sorry. Excuse me. Ugh. Blech. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the Heartbreak killings anyway, I didn't even bother to sweep them up. So... Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. Been getting out much, but... sure everybody's on edge. Guy like that out there? He shoots people. Through the heart, right? Police kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... doesn't mean anything, does it? He's just slow in the uptake. It's gonna be a real shock. Police officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. Alright. I'm gonna be right back, because I have been going through my water quite a bit during this whole stream, just to, like, make sure I've been hydrated for reading basically everything here. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, just making sure everything gets refilled up and probably take a small bathroom break. So I'll be back here in a, couple minutes, and we'll get right back to it. Okay. The fidget tubbies. Fidget tubbies! I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Great! Fees for smoking! Oh boy. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am, I never go anywhere near loot boxes. That was so specific. Sir! Don't touch this stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. What I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. Doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. I guess it's more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's a strategy. What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? Because I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. District attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right! What she said! You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. For my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-number stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment. With his fingerprints on it. Apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. Now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well... My client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... the debris. The ceramic crab, that's the freaking... That is the collectibles. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? When you're firsthand. I found myself asking that same exact question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah? What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's a scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase... Yeah, it hasn't been damaged at all. It's not possible that debris have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that? How is that possible? The lady at that garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. The one time I tried and thrift shop on my own. So what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fidget tubbies! What he said. Help her. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it wouldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim that he sat down to write an apology for breaking your toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Yeah, there's our proof right there. I mean, it should be the proof anyway. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's Fidget Tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that'll log the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? I've gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can... Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Look how scrawled and how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe that he was that upset over a Fidget Tubby collection? One that hasn't been graded? Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct, they had no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks like the way it does is because Carlos is... Because Carlos is just as sensitive. Are you talking about my arm's sensitivity issues? Yes, that's what I was referring to. Oh my god. Funny. That is kind of interesting that, like, your credit is actually, like, your trust, akin to Ace Attorney. That's actually kind of neat. That kind of just means that, like, you can keep, like, building it up more and more. Just be like, look how much cred I have. Fuck you. Pretty sure it's because he's right-handed. Yeah, it's because he's right-handed. So he's writing the letter with his left hand. And because he's not used to writing with his left hand, it's gonna be weird looking. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like an asylum wall scribbles is just because he had his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. I need to get used to using my left anyway. Just thought it could be a good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics. Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Bullshit. Well, let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime. Maria coat covered in the victim's blood. Right next to the big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? Trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. Oh, always have a stronger hand, huh? Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Wow. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me that he actually wears an extra small? Ah, I see. It's less that it's actual poker, it's just the vibe of it all. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? It's effectively just poker in the way of aesthetics. You're turning court procedures and arguments into effectively a poker game. It's just not actually a poker game. It's aesthetics, the vibe of it all. No, I'm afraid not. Not even a go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove innocence, I will need to get there eventually. Going there now without hard evidence. I have no evidence of the third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. Gosh. One moment. I am going to hold on to the dog for a little while, because he is being a nuisance today. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a bare, brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey. But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? I have finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Shh, Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood, I remember that much. Doesn't that, like, make you look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. Pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. That means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? 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 Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Oops. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? Well, for one, the bloodstains are on his left arm. So that means that, yes, he only used his left arm to touch her, effectively. Because what else was he gonna use? You gonna tell us that this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you in your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It was the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. Just need to draw their attention to what they can. What are you doing, freaking goober? Goober dog. Out. Be annoyed if you bark again. There he goes. Immediately. Immediately just runs out and freaking guards Sparkin. Over nothing, I might add. I'm pretty sure it's C. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. Ah, I see. Fair enough. Wait, no, that's wrong. That's the wrong page. At least the loading's really fast. It's probably smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. Coat smells like blood. Doesn't smell of. Cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You want me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. I really like them changing the colors to set the mood. It's really nice. Gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for noticing this was before your time. Can't be more than a few years older than me. Darling, you have been acting like you two are of, like, significantly different generations. She's just doing the same thing back at you because it's funny. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. What's she talking about, London? Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure, sound waves. They got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talk my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her. He changed his clothes. The washed off doesn't make any sense. Because if he did, the coat would have been clean in theory. So I think this is kind of just flimsy at this point. That's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him, which already means that's impossible. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? Funk! I do like that, like, paper just, like, getting off of him. It's just the idea of being stunned in that way is funny. In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. should topple over at any moment. The latter was mostly icing the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So it looks like he never actually fired the gun. I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. Once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far. Overall, I'd say... Did she get a message? There's something more, isn't there? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at the photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Doing this again, huh? Go to the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's pulling this out of her ass. She got something from the scrubbers. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish there was optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. But this isn't from optics. Gotten her. You freaking dog. Dog, keep going. Oh, what a... Whoosh, whoosh. So flourish. So much flourish in this. Like, they are putting everything into the freaking presentation, and I'm loving it. That's a bold bluff for this late in the game, Detective. Especially when we both know that there was an optics blackout during the shooting. That's just it. This isn't from optics. Oh, I see. No matter what, we were going to lose something. Got it. I should have figured she wouldn't make a claim that bold without something to back it up. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well. Okay, the quality is lacking. And yet there it is. Managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, and as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I've envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit... blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably vented about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. If her phone was on, its camera would be on. So he managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low compression, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. And so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that can enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its missability in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, that doesn't seem like your client's leaving his police station anytime soon. Photo? What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter sitting in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know that had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. There's also the fact that, like, how do you expect him to fire directly into the heart with his shaky left hand? That alone makes this very shaky evidence. Pranks will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you're going, you somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. That photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, that means that photo doesn't show what appears to show. So, at a loss for words? I think I know. I think I know. I think they saw what they actually saw in that photo was being shot at a mirror. Which means someone was holding it with their right hand. But that's my thoughts. That's my speculation of what it could be. We know about a mirror. There was a fallen mirror at the point of the crime, at the crime scene itself. So it's likely with the glass shards that are, yes, broken standing mirror, which probably means it's from there. I know. But I am guessing that the photo is from them pointing it at a mirror. That would have to make the most sense. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. I literally only have 3 open up. Actually, no, I only have 2 open up. I never have that many tabs opened up at once. I just haven't been looking at these because I don't think it's necessary. I have 2 opened up. One for Twitch, one for YouTube, because I'm streaming to both at the moment. Those are the only tabs I have opened up. I mean, I could. I've already done, like, the others, but... Airports, orange shoes, firm beds. Couldn't be me. Cabs, musicals, cashews. We would disagree on this. We would disagree on this. I like musicals. He likes poppies, though. Well, that's kind of cute. Sizable student debt. Ooh. Then, of course, poor luck. Why wouldn't it be? He's a very unlucky guy. If we were to DN on the phone's owner and ask him where... Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. Excuse me. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can't we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking in the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. It has to be taken from the west. Because in order for it to be taken from the west, it would likely... Actually, no. Let me think about that. If that picture is north... Actually, yeah, it would probably have to be taken from the north, possibly. No, it would have to be taken from the west. I'm pretty sure it has to be the west. Based off of the photo itself, the top down, it has to be the west. I'm pretty sure. But I could be wrong. That's just my thought process right now. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. The ball has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The detectives are misinformed here and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. How do you mean it was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCs tells us that the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And... Oh. Raise the ante, eh? Answer wrong, you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly. And you can beg him more credit for trickier hands down the line. Huh. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... Pretty sure it has to be this statement. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. Or that, or the clock. I was thinking about the mirror, specifically. The clock? What about it? It was gonna be one of those things, because, like, it's, like, this part of the same evidence, basically. The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he was mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me this time of death is wrong. Is the time of death wrong? "9 p.m. Actually, yeah, if that was in the mirror, that would actually be like 3 a.m. Huh. I think he's incorrect. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right. No mistaking that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. What's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information on how the crime was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because Discovery Law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall? When it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, Detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. That's impossible because the shards fell onto the victim. I see. That's how it works. But it has to be this because the shards fell onto the victim, which means that the mirror itself was broken afterward. Likely meaning that the victim probably fell into the mirror and then fell forward. At least that's the impression. Glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal, and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. In this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. We have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Ah? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. And maybe importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in the apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. The only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? We're looking at a closet. What we're seeing is A mirror. That's where the mirror thing comes in. They're seeing the mirror. Yes. That's what I was going on about earlier. The photo shows the killer in the mirror. Max! What's that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. Opposite hand. In that angle, yes, the opposite hand, which means the shooter shot with their right hand, which obviously Carlos couldn't do. At that angle, from that viewpoint... Wait, I need to get the voice right. And at that angle, from that viewpoint, it will reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. And allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. I'm in summary. Oh, we're going this direction, huh? Sick track. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. I'm gonna bump this down just a tad. Just a little bit. Equal levels and all that. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client. Encroaching transform. A man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. Yeah. It's got a similar closing arm and Danganronpa type of feel. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs a bit. That's the best you got? Even a bare prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it to a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of the violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building, and 100 meters around it, minimum. So where Detective Reyes did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? The pressure. Well, any objections? Detective? God. Damn it! Bold. Yeah, they really went all in on the frickin' poker blackjack type shit. It's mostly aesthetics, but like, it makes sense. I understand what they're going for. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? Bring down the house. In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA. She did tell you to call them. And tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your Darnie's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank it properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. I wouldn't exactly know, because I'm not that big into Attack on Titan, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah. I get what you're... I actually, yeah, I do kind of... I get what you mean. I get what you mean, actually. I recognize the character. I just remembered in my head. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats, you get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What am I supposed to do? Detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. A little bit. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. Yeah, basically. Can't make sense of it. Just make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. Try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No. I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. Oh! Twist! What a twist! Of course she knew he was innocent, because she was the one who did it. Beautiful. The fucked up attorney was the heartbreaker all along. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. In a perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning, vitality at its climax. That is a revolver barrel. That's the bullets. That's where you hold the bullets. Been there the whole time. Indeed. It was all there. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Red Dead Redemption. The heartbreaker all along. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but... whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey. Yeah, did you hear that? Little pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. The game has good tracks. It's got a lot of good presentation. But I didn't see anything I could even use as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces. In small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized, even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except... there's shit on the floor. There's definitely some visual novels that are very similar. Like, obviously, we have, like, the Ace Attorney thing, but, like, that's mostly gameplay, I would say. It's definitely... The gameplay is definitely more Ace Attorney, but visually... I kind of want to compare it to Silver Case somewhat. Not in terms of, like, art style specifically, more just, like, world style. It's very familiar. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. You're talking about, Ghost Trick. You're talking about Ghost Trick. I played that, like, a year or two ago. And I love the hell out of that thing. Also made by directed by Shu Takumi. Same Ace Attorney people, so yeah. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. It's really freaking good. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them, not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. Toss over the chair and knock the urn. Tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If I can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This is all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. Yes, but so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no. There's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Heartbreak, huh? Occupation. Criminal. Defense attorney. Likes high places, gambling, guns. Dislikes nosy people, mud, headphones. Hobby, baddie cages. Favorite dish, Mapo tofu. Cannot carry a tune. Yes. Primarily a criminal. But a defense attorney on the side. Clearly. In a sense. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. Can a girl have hobbies nowadays? And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. There's Weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. Heavily foreshadowed summer rain that I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Sorry, use my left still. That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. We walk. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation gone in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he didn't need to be provided one. This also makes sense why we have the whole gambling angle, because she likes to gamble. She loves to gamble. That also means gambling with people's lives, so... all the way. All the way in on it. All I had to do was stay awake. Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Basically. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. Okay, please don't lean on into close. You'll knock him out with those. You're gonna knock him out with your habonkas. I would have gotten paid the same. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals. The reason why he's missing an arm is because he had to have it lobbed off for his engineering job. Basically, he's dealing with debts and rental issues with the arm thing. And he couldn't work for a while without the arm. Generally, it's just because it was mandated for his job. The whole point of the arm missing was that he needed to have a prosthetic for the specific job that it required. Blah, 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 blah. Employers suck. Capitalism sucks. Blah, blah, blah. Well, he didn't, like, lose it. Like, in an accident or anything. He was just told, "Hey, we need you to have a prosthetic, so we need you to lob your arm off." That's basically how it went. I know it costs an arm and a leg. I know. It's silly shit. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching AKMO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now, Heartbreak can just starve to death out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Hey, a new arm will pay. Proceeds to put in the slowest process, making him lose said job. Yeah, literally, it's just... Employers suck. Capitalism sucks. Just... It's all the oppression. All of it. We get to freaking wallow in our misfortune for all time. I mean, what can you do at that point when you're freaking poor? Like, what are you going to do? If you have some kind of opportunity, you're probably going to take it. But, you know, not much else to it. Guess I'll die. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Now, Heartbreak can just starve to death out of sight and mind like any other fluke in this system. Almost done. Getting involved with a case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Ah, of course. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diana's grateful too. Funny, I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? Oh, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but... I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. Present evidence that she didn't. We're doing the Ace Attorney thing. We're doing it. We gotta freaking prove that she didn't. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. The pills. The pills that we found that were not necessary. What is that? Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained trip, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky class 2 for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. 'Cause she cared. To my eyes, anyway. She may be angry in the moment, but it doesn't matter. The medication was important. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? I think that just means there's a little bit of a heart in there, Morgan. You just don't want to admit it. Who would have thunk the killer has a heart? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show some more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. Wearing serial killers like a freaking costume or a mask. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford. Wow. Oh my god, she's cute. She's really cute. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fired. By all means. She's really cute. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so... Right. Yeah, right. Put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Aromatherapy, right. Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God, I must have bags on my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant Attorney Emma Rockford. Nice pink. Really nice pink. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. Ah. I can't believe it. The DA and the public attorney are fucking. The prosecutor and the the prosecutor and the defense attorney are fucking. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. Since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Of course she did the freaking glasses thing. You know what? Screw it. I need to get a screenshot of that too. We gotta stick with the vibe. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. You know what? We may as well look at her profile. Assistant District Attorney. Coffee, toffee, hot couture. It's like sunburns, dead pixels, eye strain. Ooh. Eggs Benedict. Blaze chess, shogi, idol 7 stars. And she's a cat person. Mood. I am also a cat person. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? Oof. It's always the untented barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Of course. I don't fight like that I don't fight like that. I just like cats. I miss my cat. Meh. Preparation for trial, that seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. Hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Wow. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? I mean Carlos Flat, a serial killer. The same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with a murder weapon. But I can answer that any number of ways. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter here. You can literally just use anything. Because she's probably going to try to refute it anyway. That may be true, but... Then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gun or red positive residue on him or his clothes. Yeah, it wasn't gonna matter anyway, because she would have just figured it out already. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that tone. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. She's just on top of it. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance? I don't think it was a glance. I think she just reads really fast, and it counts as a glance. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much to need to guess about the why when 99 times out of the 100, the who is caught on the camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to the passion, rage, lust, they probably knew their victim. Poisoning guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower the victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. Detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. She is definitely on top of it. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. With that smile, I would be happy around her. She has that radiance. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. Oh. Oh. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. What if HK is not a cop? How do they know about the blackout timing? Prima metastatistics analysis, probably. Pardon. Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out and look for brief spikes and delays. Try out the dips in... Sorry. Technical, I know. But all that requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, and a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Well, at least his heart rate meeting will slow down now that she's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. For those other shootings with the same MO? Not that I found. Other victims that fit the description. No, but I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 of them all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kinda look like me. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking that. Almost like there's something else there. Do they? Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about that. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think Heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind. I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you that? That? No. That part's just takes one to know one. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. by getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Ugh. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it, I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee, how about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first on the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She's different. The lean. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bring it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Basically. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Automod is weird, man. Automod is weird. I'm probably gonna have to take a look at it one of these days, because it's kind of proven increasingly unreliable. Enjoy the view indeed. Episode 0 end. An android, huh? Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. Right. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. I have to advance this. You know what? I'll just auto it. Be like normal credits. As far as the actual prologue goes, though, I really enjoyed that. Like, this is a very interesting take on the style. I mean, I would figure. It makes sense for credits anyway. But I'm just going to use the credits as this time to be, like, talking about, like, the episode itself. At the very least, this got me way more interested than I was already. Because I didn't know what to think about it, before actually playing it. I had this in my library for like probably 2 years by this point. I just didn't get around to it for a while. But since we got like a couple of episodes now at this point, I'll probably get around to getting them at some point. I don't know how many there's gonna be, but probably be a good idea to pick these up one of these days and get around to actually playing more of it. Because obviously right now I'm probably not going to get them immediately. But I am interested in actually playing more. I'll probably get them when they're on sale or something. And he shall appear. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Basically, yeah. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. First, I think it's screwed to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at the crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything. That wasn't already compromised. Work hard, and the company will have you set for life, and after, too. Ugh, companies. Ooh. Nice design. I really like the frickin' pink highlights on their dreads. Damn. Nice. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too. Oh, wow. Pretty. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. I can't believe it, it's Shoko Nodami. Basically. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Older woman. Nice. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. An idle mind. Yeah, that was good. A very good introduction. That's for certain. Ah. 6 profiles, 18 key terms, 16 pieces of evidence, total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 33 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. Oh. You also have a total of 40 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. Ah. So there's reason to replay then, huh? What a difference. They were playing a lot with the freaking ponytail. It makes sense. It makes sense. How does that hair work? That's funny. Claw clip. Oh, Evangeline Morgan. She's an Evangeline. I got it. Yeah, they clearly went through a refinement process, which for a final product didn't make sense. Interesting name indeed. Oh, I see. She went through a fair bit there, huh? Oh. The duo. Oh, he used to look a bit gruffier. Huh. And when you can actually see what his arm would properly look like on this person, too. Neat. Sweet. Indeed. She looked even messier back then. Wow. Okay, the full design's even cuter, actually. She's just like all in there. Very nice. Okay. The in production CGs. Oh yeah, there was a bit of thematic parallel there. Nice. But I have to ask her to fix her. Look, you gotta go in all on the freaking gay. You gotta freaking say what you feel. Morgan and the heartbreak. Heart fake killer. Look at this. Wait, hang on. I need to move myself. This little thing. This thing. The android. Inverse of Morgan's colors. Thematics. No, it's definitely not a murder. No way. No way, man. No way. Huh. Neat. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna, like, buy the episodes right now, but, I will, absolutely. Okay. I will do that after episode 1 then, probably. But obviously I'll get him, like, later. Ooh, hello. Ooh. Yeah. Damn. Freaking changing up. Oh my god. Charmless, free, black phone case, magenta phone case. I mean, I'd probably go with a freaking magenta. Reyes Enki. Neko Morgan. Oh my god. Perfect. Perfect. What do you mean? This is technically legally distinct. Oh, I see. It gets it automatically. Oh. However, magenta. I need the magenta. What else am I gonna use? I mean, considering I'm like someone that goes after like all the achievements and shit, more than likely I would probably go after it. I can probably end up doing it like pretty freaking easily. Actually, let me like look. Let me like look at what we got. Granted, I obviously can't do that one at the moment because I don't have episode 1, but oh yeah, this is like all like clearly gonna be like episode 1 shit. Clearly. Yeah, so we'll have to do all that when I get the episodes and whatnot. But for right now, I mess with it. So goofy. But clearly, yeah, this is like a reason to like just go back and get as much as you can. Just buy everything up. However, Neko Morg. That's gonna bother me. But for now, I think that'll probably do it for me. I will at least say, well, like, actually, yeah, I've already said it before. This made me a lot more interested than I ever was. Not to say that I thought it was going to be bad or anything. That's far from the case. I just didn't know what to think, as I didn't experience it yet. I wanted to, like, see it for myself and all that shit. Just... That's how I tend to be when I'm trying to experience media in general. I'm trying to just experience it for myself and get my own thoughts. I can't rely entirely on the word of others. They can kind of influence me a little bit, but in the end, I need to like see it for myself. Just all that normal shit. So yeah, for now, I'm gonna be signing off here. I'll eventually get around to the other episodes when I actually pick them up. I'm not sure how many there are gonna be, but I would assume probably like 5, maybe 6. Something akin to what Ace Attorney's been doing for years at this point. Decades. We'll see how long that goes. We'll see how far that goes, really. I don't know. I wouldn't say better. Well, maybe slightly better. It's doing a lot of things that Ace Attorney probably wouldn't. So I'd say it's different. More different than better. But that's also me. I on a personal level, I don't like ranking shit. I really don't. That's not saying that I wouldn't say, like, some things aren't better than others, but, like, mainly, I just don't like looking at art as something to be better than another, because it should all just exist. Somewhere around there. I would still say it's mostly Ace Attorney, at least for the gameplay systems. Gameplay system is absolutely just Ace Attorney. But it's leaning a bit harder on its themes like Danganronpa. Especially with a morally questionable protagonist, so... But more something comparison, death, joy, yes, all that. It's all that little shit. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna sign off here because we've been going for about 4 hours and 30 minutes. And we have finished up the prequel, the prologue episode, more or less. I'll come back to this at some or another time. Next week for Wednesday, it's like I'm likely going to be going back to Dual Destinies episode 3 because I really want to at least finish that, considering we have Deltarune coming out the week after that. Which, obviously, Deltarune's not going to take very long. It's going to take 2 streams at most. So I doubt it's going to be very long. Maybe I'll even do a freaking Thursday stream for that week. That way I can just finish up the chapter. But we can worry about that when the 24th comes. Otherwise, I'm going to try to see if I can finish up Dual Destinies episode 3 on next Wednesday, because I just want to finish it. I really want to get through Dual Destinies as much as I can, so we can move on to Spirit of Justice. Because I haven't played that one. That is probably the only Ace Attorney game I have not played. I'm kind of aware of some of its plots and shit, but I wouldn't say a lot. Just some things. But yeah. Thank y'all for coming. Hope y'all have a good rest of your day / night, wherever the hell y'all are at. And I hope to see y'all again soon. We got DH3 on Friday, if you're into that. Probably gonna be trying to finish up the Remind DLC. We'll see how far that goes. Granted, I doubt we're gonna finish it fully, but I have a feeling we'll get, like, the initial bit out of the way. So, hope to see y'all then. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.